Check, 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 check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. It's a new week. So, let's quickly, while Visual Studio is updating, look at last week. Still working on this NPC instance system. Hopefully get this finished in the next couple of days. Kind of nearly there, to be fair. In fact, it kind of might be there. We'll put it on this week. Anyway, we can check it off immediately if it's done. So we've got the 14th of July till the 18th of July. So, 20th week of working on the game. And goals for this week are NPC instance system. And then what I actually want to do is extend the pathfinding system a bit. What I want to do is I want to put in areas where whoever is wanting to do a pathfind they need to avoid these areas. So put in like areas, or it could even be like dynamic entities like avoid other NPCs. So particularly when an NPC wants to run away from another NPC, you need to actually avoid them. So we're going to just say extend pathfinding so we can define areas of avoidance. Check how to spell avoidance. So we can find areas of avoidance. Areas to avoid is probably better. Avoid calculating the path. Or a path. Extend pathfinding so we can define areas to avoid when calculating a path. That's what I want to work on today. Assuming this is done. Alright, let's see if Visual Studio's done. No, not quite, nearly. And then that little bing is like, we're done. See, that bing, isn't that normally like an error in Windows? Oh well, whatever. Okay. So let's just check that Visual Studio updating has not broken anything. Basically, that's it for now. What are we going to do beyond that? I might actually disallow for now NPCs attacking other NPCs in combat, because it was an it works kind of, but it was unintended. And I'd actually want to go out and write that system properly. Because although it works at the moment, I think I was always designing that system for NPCs to attack the playable character, and there'll be lots of, I've taken that for granted in a lot of areas of code. So it kind of works, but I reckon it's not a well thought out system to allow NPCs to attack each other. That's going to have to be a separate thing if we want to include that. So we'll take the ability for NPCs to attack other NPCs out of the code. So that doesn't work. And what else did we want to do? We actually want to extend pathfinding in combat to allow 2 NPCs can't type attack the player from both the left and right side. Extend the pathfinding in combat to allow 2 NPCs to attack the player from both left and right hand side. Right now, I think it will only move to the other side if it wants to go to attack the player, but the area it needs to move into is in a collidable area of the map. If it does that, it flips to the other side. What I want to do is, even if it might not be in a collidable area of the map, but there might already be another NPC there attacking it. So flip to the other side to go to the other side of the player. I want to do that. It's basically just tightening up pathfinding around combat. And this is general combat stuff. This might be done. We'll check. Okay. Let's check we run. Yeah, seems fine. Okay, so actually the first thing I wanted to do, not toString, just in string.h. Here we go. In 0, if we're a debug, I want to actually put the fresh tag in SSO buffer. Buffer the fresh tag. I kind of want to do that when we're zeroing it out, because we had a problem last week where we were allocating into the SSO buffer using the stack unintendedly, and then we passed the view out, which is a big no-no. And we'll catch this if we just zero out to the fresh tag. That means that when we pass the view out, it'll point to fresh memory, which will mean it will immediately be able to spot that it doesn't work. So that's good. Let's check that actually does work. That this code works as intended. So we've got a few things to be working on now this week. I've only got 4 days this week. So I'll try and bosh these out. I don't know. This is maybe done. This, I've got an idea how I might do this, which might take a few hours. This might be easy to do. This, we're going to have to go through the combat system and just look and take out. But we'll either have to take out areas where NPCs can attack other NPCs, or we might rewrite some action nodes, or write different action nodes. I'm not sure. Because eventually we probably do want NPCs to attack other NPCs. So we either write different action nodes if, you know, if we've got an action node that will always work for 2 NPCs attacking each other. We probably won't throw that away. We'll just write another one which is just the playable character. NPC attacking the playable character, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's get on with this. So, we just want to check. Oh, Visual Studio. So we've got 16 cars. 16 wide characters, so that should be 32 bytes. Yeah. Image can set to 205. So the buffer is just set to this 52685 character. So we should now be able to at least spot if... So if we go to localization, it was here where we had this problem, which has since been fixed. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Hope you had a good weekend. So this was returning an SSO string, which now it can't do. So I've changed it. But if we did this, it would return an SSO string. But this view would get deliberately set to the fresh tag now, so we'll be able to catch that. That'll be awesome. That'll be fine. Telestay, how's it going? Welcome. I'm doing alright, thank you. Woot Dragon. A bit tired. I was a bit tired on Monday. It was a hectic weekend. Oh, nice one. Enjoy. I spent the weekend tightening up these SSO strings. All the little bit of coding I did this weekend now. So we had this problem on Friday where this was going out of scope, so it couldn't return a view. That can't happen anymore. And we can just, in the format view there, we can actually specify the SSO buffer size at compile time. Because we set it to 0 for anything to do with the temporary string now. Temporary strings always go in the temporary arena. Which means we can just return views, which is nice. So that was the little bit of work I wanted to immediately do. Yeah, well, I put like a patch on it. I put a plaster on it, a band-aid on it if you're American, for the Americans, on Friday, but I fixed it properly now. Yeah. So the API was the same as before. So this was causing a bug before because this was going into the SSO buffer and then it was returning a view from stack allocated string. But I've made it so that anything to do with temporary strings is always now goes onto the temporary arena. So there's no SSO buffer for temporary strings. Careful about null terminated strings. Yeah. I have a thing for that. Called a resolved string or a resolve string. Which does a check. So if you pass in a view and you want to cast it to a car pointer, you can go through a resolve first, which will make sure it'll test if the view is null terminated, and if it is, it will return the view back. If it's not null terminated, it creates a new string and then returns the string back. And then you would be able to cast that to a car pointer. But I don't really work with car pointers, to be fair. For that reason, it doesn't work well with views. I just work with views everywhere, really. Scripting languages. Right. Yeah. yeah, you got to interface it somehow. I think like it's interesting that scripting languages, everybody thought blueprints and stuff, visual scripting would take them away, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Like, you still do C# in Unity, and I'm not sure what Godot uses. I think it's probably C#, isn't it now? Or Godot script or something. I think if you're a natural coder, it's actually easier to code it than to do a visual scripting. Maybe that's why. I'm not sure. Alright. So the first thing, I just want to check that this MPC, I think the MPC instancing system's finished now, actually. Oh no, not quite. We need to do a little bit more with the drawing of the brains, because it's a bit difficult to see who is, because we've got two entities working on this one brain now. They're sharing this brain. Oh, they've got two instances of this brain. So we've got two colours, and green's a bit unfortunate. But these colours are actually picked not by me. So green's fine. But I want them to be able to fade out rather than immediately cut, so that I can see where it's been. I get like a second to look where it's been. So I'm going to just do that. And then it's finished. Yeah, I much prefer the coding, yeah. I only do these visual things where the coding would just be outrageously complicated. You know, like to code this, just purely code this brain, because it's so, there's so much going on, and it's so, because it's a tree, it's like kind of so recursive in a way. It's hard to keep in your head, especially if you've got trees calling other trees and stuff like that. So I might have decided to do a visual thing, but most of the time I would code it, yeah, because that's what I enjoy. So what I want to do is, for every instance, NPC instance, I need to just really associate some state with that in the brain editor. So it's this running alpha thing. Right now there's just one for the entire editor. But what I want is struct NPC instance data. Not entity data. Well, brain instance data, I'll call it. And then I want the running alpha to go in there. And this will be an array of brain instance data. And we just need to make sure that we can find these by ID. Okay. Microprofile or Tracy? A little bit of Tracy. I tend to use right now, because I'm not really heavily profiling anything. I just tend to use the one in Visual Studio, which is it's good enough for like finding hotspots. And then I use the Pix profiler for the GPU. which is same is good enough to find in hotspots for now. Then when if I want to actually do some actual deep dives, I might have a look at something else. But the Visual Studio one's pretty good, I think. Like a profile to try and keep the debug build fast. Not the build, the debug when it's running the debug version of the game. But I very rarely make a release build of this. I only do occasionally to check that things are still running in release mode, you know. Okay. So what I might do is just do bring instance data, get instance data ID like this. And that's going to go auto index equals what do you call this? Instant data index of ID. Index is equal to instance data count. Index equals instance data dot in place. Bring instance data. ID is ID, like that. And then we could just have one for each of these. Yeah, I haven't either, really. Offer a live view. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that is cool. I don't think, to be fair, that this game's well, I want to say not CPU bound. Probably not. It's probably not going to be CPU bound anyway. But I'll still profile to keep detecting where hotspots in the code are. I can't see it being a big CPU heavy game. So right now it just, whenever I profile, it's just in the NVIDIA driver. You know what I mean? Like, the hotspot is in the NVIDIA driver. Although, funnily enough, the PICs, if you use PICs from the code, this PIC scope thing, which isn't me, it's actually something that Microsoft provides. This is the slowest part of the program. This takes a long time. Like, a significant proportion of execution time is spent just putting these labels on things. I'm not sure why, really. So if you want a proper profile, I kind of got to turn these off. Like, they're off at the moment. Yeah, I'll check it out, yeah. Oh, cool. Look at this. This, what's it called? Ansion. Ansion. I really like a game called Graveyard Keeper, which is kind of like similar art style. Yeah, it does. They look rigged to me, for sure. Difficult to say if they're using Spine. Do things like Unity or Godot have their own rigging tools? I'm not sure. Seeing more fleshed out world, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it is nice. The thing is, like, I'm not gonna go for this. Is not. It's a different art style to think what I'm gonna go for. Still quite pixel arty. I mean, it's not pixel art, but I can definitely see the pixels. And it's not going to be a pixel art game, but it will have, like, I don't know if I'm gonna, I don't know if I'm even going to rig the actual NPCs. I probably will end up rigging them. I haven't made that decision yet. Because you know, I'll be using the rigs for all sorts of things, not just like animating NPCs. See, it's not necessarily, you know, like all, you know, it's still very much based in pixel art, isn't it? This stuff. Like, I kind of want to go for more Pillars of Eternity style. I know this is kind of, and it's 3D, 2D. But this type of art, it's not going to be isometric, but it's going to be like 4K textures and stuff. You know, I'll spend time doing really nice shaders for the water and stuff like this. Like, I'm going to be doing stuff like this, you know, because graphics is like, I've got a background, I suppose, in graphics coding, so I'm going to use it. Full screen video. I want to get the gameplay one. It's not running very well. It's running at like 20 frames a second, the video. So this is 2D, this is 3D, 2D. So they make the thing in 3D and then everything gets rendered in-house down to 2D. That's what Obsidian say anyway. So I'm not going to probably do that because there's only one. There's only me. So it will be 2D rather than 3D models. That's why I'm not going to do isometric.
Rated M for mature.
But I am going to not do pixel art. I'm doing more fidelity, full fidelity imagery. I mean, this is not a game. Oh yeah, it's got some gameplay in it. So I'm not going to say it's going to look as good as this because there's only me. But this is kind of target non-isometric version of this. And obviously it's a CRPG based thing and mine's not going to be CRPG based anyway, so it's not going to have the combat like this. It's still going to be very casual in gameplay. But in terms of art style, yeah, I think isometric version of, a non-isometric version of this, I suppose. Yeah, cool, eh? It's very similar to mine. Well, the thing about mine is it's got no art in it yet. So everything you see on the screen is going to change. I haven't really spent any time on art. So though it might look like it now, it's only because the art assets do. Yeah. The NPCs might look similar, maybe, if we go that way. I'm not sure. Mainly because of yeah. So that's similar. That would obviously that'd be similar kind of animations to the for the NPCs and stuff. But I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do the NPCs. Like I could do framed animation NPCs as well. Because the engine supports both, so I'm not sure yet. I'll have to make that decision for a long time, you know. Like right now it's framed animation, but that's only because that's what I had for NPCs. It's rigged, sorry. Okay. So we're gonna go. Hold it. Yeah, so this is framed animation, yeah. So this is just drawings, you know. Which I love as well. I think I would find it harder to do this from an art point of view. There's a lot more to draw. The beautiful thing about doing rigs is you can do things like IK and physics. So you don't have to draw like the IK, you just have the IK. You know, like if I want to like, say that Spidey creature, if I wanted him to like lean forward, there's IK on his feet. So I don't have to actually animate his feet. I could just lean him forward and all of his legs will automatically just move into position. Yeah. Probably go through a bunch of these and have a look. Hey, far down with your window. Hey Mina, are you watching? It's my niece, Mina. All right, so let's. So running alpha is not a thing anymore. So behavior state is behavior, which comes from here. So this behavior state as well is not even used actually. We can get rid of that. I'm going to say if behavior running get instance data for the entity ID, that running alpha is 1. That's what we're going to do instead. It's doing a giggle. Oh, cute. Hey Mina. Alright, so that will set the running alpha. If running alpha doesn't make sense anymore, so that's gonna go so this has got to be for each entity now. auto instance data. Well, we only need the actual running alpha. Well, no, we'll do it. Instance data, get entity instant, get instance data EID. And this is dot, whoops, dot running alpha. VM not neg running alpha minus 2 times dt. Okay. See if that builds. Not quite. Oh yeah, this if running alpha needs to go away. So we're just looking for it to basically fade out rather than just immediately stop rendering on these little nodes if they are being run. That's all I wanted to do. So they are fading out, they're just fading out too fast now. I think it's because this has been every single node. Let's figure out how this is working. So it needs to be if instance data, whoops, running alpha. One entity ID. on, that doesn't make sense. Try that again. Running alpha is 0. Oh look, passing in the wrong thing. Oops. Alright, good. Do that like that. So we're constantly it's because the entity IDs. Okay, so this needs to actually be not the entity IDs. I don't think we need this. This needs to now go through the instance data. Like this. Just iData. iData. Like that. And then that, all these EID. It's just that. That's nice. Take away that temporary array from there then. iData. iData. Hey, Woot Dragon. You wrote it on 3D render and spent 2 years on it. Yeah. 3D renderers are big. They're by far the biggest system, biggest single system, I think, in a games, and like a 3D games engine. If you're going for high fidelity. Yeah, it takes a lot of work. There we go, it's fading out now. It's taking half a second to fade out. It's maybe a bit too long. A bit too short even. Yeah, I don't know if I would attempt a 3D game, custom engine 3D game, if the goal was to make a game. Because I think you could do it, but there's a high likelihood, unless you have a very particular art style like Minecraft, something like Minecraft. Minecraft was cubed deliberately because it makes the actual renderer a lot easier to make if you're a small team of people. But if you're doing a custom 3D renderer and you're a very small team, there's a very high chance of it looking really bad. Ogre or Irelict. Interesting. God, I haven't heard those terms for a while. I knew Ogre was still a thing. The Ogre 3D thing. Yeah. I think if you want high fidelity 3D and you're a small team, you need to do something like Unreal or Unity. If you got any chance of making it look, because it depends what your art style is, like I'm saying with Minecraft. But if you're going for AAA, it's an enormous amount of work for a small team. That's AAA games are often 100 people or more, aren't they? Alright, let's see if we can get this guy to trigger this tree. I just want to have a quick look. Yeah, they're fading out now. That's all I wanted to do. But I enjoyed knowing every part. Yeah, that's often a thing I hear. That is true. It wouldn't be the same. There are loads of pros. There are pros to do with the code. So if your goal is to finish a game, I think the number one thing is like, what is going to make you finish this game? And for a lot of people, turning on a third-party engine every day and trying to work with it, trying to massage it to make it do what you want, is a daily struggle that stops people finishing games. So if that's you, if that's the royal you, maybe a custom engine will actually increase your chance of finishing the game, because every day you're turning up to work and loving it rather than struggling with it. And there's lots of business reasons as well why you might want to own your own code. If you're in it for the long term, owning your own code is vital, because having your entire career basically at the liberty of some company in Silicon Valley who can do anything, who's not even in the same country as you, that's a single point of failure for your company or business there. If all of a sudden Unity turned around and changed their terms of service, something you didn't agree with, that's it. You'd have to port all your other games to another engine, which would take a long time. But then you're just falling back into the same trap of another engine. So at least if you take the time initially to make your own stuff, you're never gonna get into that situation, as long as there are C++ compilers out there. But it would take a lot more time. It would take more time. Yeah. Ditching them in. Yeah, so CD Projekt Red, it sounds to me like they had such an awful time with Cyberpunk, the Cyberpunk release, that it made them ditch their engine. Sounds to me. Yeah. They have a different. It's incredibly expensive for them to waste even a day. So they have a different kind of set of needs. I think it makes more sense for someone like CD Projekt Red maybe to go for Unreal, if Unreal are going to work with them to give them what they want, which is not to look like every other game. Their engine was some of the best graphics. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just think like the amount of struggle they went through to get Cyberpunk out, and then it launched badly, and then the amount of struggle that they had to get it up to speed after launch, it probably cost them like hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. And they have a different set of needs, like I say, like they're an enormous company, they're a public company. They have to impress shareholders and all that stuff. Smooth launches of games are not ways to do that. So I think it's ultimately, and that's where they see the future of the industry, obviously. You know, I think you get the kids coming out of university, have gone to university to learn about video games, and they've been taught with Unreal Engine. So their hires have experience in Unreal Engine, you know, as well. The best looking game is one not made in Unreal. Yeah. I think like increasingly that's going to be the way of it as well. The companies that do decide to stick with their own technology are going to get more out of the hardware, because they intricately, they know everything about it intricately, about and how it works for their game in particular. I don't really think it's good for the industry in the long term for everyone to go to like Unreal or whatever, but it's helping in the short term. Cheeky, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I played Hogwarts Legacy. It was Hogwarts Legacy Unreal Engine. It was, wasn't it? And you can immediately see all the problems. Yeah, you can immediately see the problems. It takes, you know, my wife loved it because she doesn't see it because she's not a coder. But I turned it on and I immediately noticed like screen space ambient occlusion doesn't work on the edges of the screen, and I could see that, and then I couldn't stop seeing that, and all sorts of little things, you know. Whereas if you had your own tech, you could really work all that out. Alright. I want to just check actually. It is taking 1 second, roughly. I wonder, so this... See, I think this is working on... This might happen 2 times because it's working all the way up the tree. So it's going up the tree. And drawing it multiple times, which is fine. Yeah. Bigger studios that are doing that for loads of reasons, yeah. I think it's predominantly to do with it costs less to make a game on Unreal Engine than it does to make your own. I think basically that's it. It's not really a creativity decision, even though they might try and frame it as such. It's a business decision. I guarantee that a ton of engine coders at CD Projekt Red would rather be making their own technology than working in Unreal Engine, extending Unreal Engine. I don't quite think this is right, actually. Funding the Fortnite. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Epic are doing amazing out of it, aren't they? But it costs less. It's like if there's a problem with an engine right now, and yet it's your own engine, you've got to go and stop working on the game to go and fix the problem with the engine. Or you've got to hire a team of people that you can keep maintaining the engine. Whereas I think with something like CD Projekt Red and Unreal, Unreal will just provide to those people for CD Projekt Red, probably free of charge. This has kind of got to be the other way around, really. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that think artistically, morally, you are correct. But these people like want to make money, so they force the hardware jumps in people, you know. They force people to go and buy new graphics cards because that, you know, Nvidia need to sell new graphics cards, and so Nvidia and Unreal work together to support the new Nvidia card. Okay, cool. So I think it is working now. If you want to write your own graphics driver, yeah. Yeah, Nvidia is proprietary software, the graphics drivers, yeah, for there. There have been a lot of people over many years who wanted some kind of open graphics card where there was no driver. Because obviously if that was true, you wouldn't need to write, if that was a thing, you wouldn't need to write DirectX 12 and Vulkan and Metal. You wouldn't need to do all that. You know, it'd just be one, and that would be far better. Just write one graphics, one renderer. I'm in a monopoly, yeah, man. My graphics card is oh, you mean the physical? No, yeah, exactly. I mean, CPUs is just silicon wafer, isn't it? So it's, you don't actually, material costs nothing. Okay, that's gonna have to do. Let's just see if I can see it. So if I run away, yeah, I think it's totally fine. All right. So we're going to say that is it done. So go back to my notes. That's the NPC instance system done, I believe. So next we're going to work on extending pathfinding so we can define areas to avoid when calculating a path. So let's just go to, so this is to do with the behavior action, find cover, right? So we do a move to. We actually want some kind of like context where we can be like, this is how you gather collidable areas. Yeah, I mean Windows has slowly become more locked down in terms of, like, for instance, now, like, you have to buy Windows 11 if your computer can't run it, then Microsoft just gonna basically stop supporting Windows 10 this year sometime, or next year sometime. So they just make it, like, for instance, for me, my CPU is not on the official supported list, which means that I need to get Windows, a new PC, basically, to run Windows 11. And because they've just decided not to support it with Intel, they decided with Intel not to support my CPU, it means that I have to buy a new Intel CPU and I have to buy a new version of Windows for a new computer. So, that's all driven by, it's not driven by technology, that's driven by making money. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So this calls move to, right? Hang on, let's just go here. Yeah, I mean, I could do that as well. But I'm happy with Windows 10 right now. I probably will upgrade my computer because it is old. It is like probably 8 or 9 years old now. Yeah. I think they said just because it's not supported doesn't mean you can't run it. It just means you don't get a free upgrade, So this comes to here. So we've got this thing called move to flags, right? Which is ignore collision. This is the kind of thing that I want to replace, really. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go struct move to context like this. Yeah, I remember when they said Windows 10 was the last ever version of Windows. That's when they were, because they gave everybody a free upgrade from Windows 7 to Windows 10, and they said, just take the free upgrade because this is the last ever version of Windows. Which was obviously not true. And then so move to has this context on it. Now the problem is we have to store this. We have to store this context. So I might do it a different way. We'll just store the default move to context in there for now. And then we're going to have hybrid, what do you call it? Hybrid tuple storage. Let's have a look at hybrid storage, see what it's called. Hybrid tuple storage. So that's the move to context. And then we're just going to do move to context types. And we'll do static move to context types, and we'll just return a global like that. So I think what we'll do is, rather than just immediately replace this, we will write another one. So we're going to do template class storage context type class func. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Let's get cracking. Yeah. Thanks for the encouragement. I hope you had a nice weekend, my Fu Manchu. Hope you have a good week of coding. And then we're just going to say requires type in tuple context type move to context types. Can't type today. Like this, and then we'll just copy this. No, we'll just copy. We don't want any flags really, so I'm going to take the flags out and replace them with these contexts. So where do we want to put this? We'll probably put this here. Context type. Context like this. And then we will put it in. So what do we call this? Movement context. We'll put it in there. Whoops. Move to context. Standard move context. Like that. Oh, nice one. Living the dream there. I haven't had a good weekend coding session in years. I usually just do it on my laptop on the chair because my kid has the telly and I don't have a PC at home at the moment. I hope you got a lot of good stuff done. I'll try and catch one of your streams this week. I'll try my hardest, and you can show me what you're working on because I'm interested. It looks really cool. Okay, so let's just check this builds before we move on. Nope. There's no such thing as flags. We're actually taking out flags. So we're just going to say emove to flags none. Oh yeah, nice one. Nice one. Sounds like you're doing some really cool technical things. Yeah, I will definitely check your stream out. Thread message queues. Like posting messages between threads. You mean? Application timers. Oh, right, yeah, cool. Yeah. Nice one. Yeah. It's awesome. I did a bit of coding. I didn't sit down much. I just neatened up went through the string stuff. I was getting that SSO buffer bug. I just neatened that all up to make it so I can catch it in the future if it happens again, and return the API to its original version, which was this, and made sure that anything to do with temporary strings is always put in a temporary arena. So this can return a view, This is what it was before. And then I put the SSO stuff in, and it wasn't putting it on the temporary arena, it was putting it in the SSO buffer. But now anything to do with temporary strings goes on the stack. Still returning the string view, yeah. So the way this works is there's no SSO buffer now, so it's not creating a string right here anymore. But the way it works is the way it used to work, which is it doesn't allocate a string on the heap here. It puts it into a temporary arena for things like this, which is alive for 1 frame or 2 frames or whatever. So I know that the caller of this knows that it's a string view, so it shouldn't save it anywhere. It's literally just to be used there. And it remains alive because it's going in a different place in memory that I keep alive. So there's no allocation, no heap allocation at all here. It's all stack based, but different stack from the program stack. Yeah, the underlying storage guarantees it stays valid. It's like a rule of thumb in the engine, I suppose. Yeah, if anything that goes in temporary storage, you can use it there. Otherwise, we're not going to guarantee it's going to be around next frame, basically. Yeah, so the caller needs to be careful not to keep hold of it. So because this is a view, I know that it's a view. I have no idea who owns this memory. If I need to keep hold of it, I need to copy it into my own thing. So, that's the way I would handle views. Like the very fact it's returning a view means don't save it. Or save it in a different, save it by copying it into a proper string. How does the arena allocator work? So it it's a bunch of stacks linked together by a linked list, and then the stacks just push memory on all frame, and then if you run out of memory in the stack, get something else from another one from the heap, links it, and then at the end of the frame or at the start of the next frame, it goes through and it just says, well, I used this amount of memory this frame for this temporary storage. Say it was like 2 megabytes. So it frees it all up, and then it reallocates the first one of 2 megabytes. So that then when you come through the next frame, assuming that most frames are going to be allocating similar amounts of memory, it just fills that stack up again. And then at the end of the frame, just says, well, how much was used? And it repeats that process basically. So like, I'll take you through. I'll take you all the way through what happens. Yeah. It's really, really handy. There are very few things, really, that you need to keep around longer than one frame. Really. So it's really handy. So it's going to do the format. So this is what I put in, this naught, which basically is the size of the buffer. And because it's naught, it means we're going to allocate in the allocator. So we do the format, and then we do this toString, which creates a string. And it places it in the string. And it can't do SSO because the SSO buffer is 0, right? So it comes through here, and then it goes allocate a malloc, and then this goes through to the temporary arena. So it gets the first page, which is a big block of memory. And if it can fit it on the page, so it does page malloc with the size, it makes a new block. So it goes to where we currently are in the page, so after page count. It makes a new block out of it, and then it bumps the size somewhere. So it bumps the count up here, look. So it does some debug stuff to check that the heaps of the memory's not been written into, and then it bumps the size up. So it's just basically like a give me a pointer, and then we'll reset the count to pass the pointer. So next time it comes along, so it just basically just bumps all along the stack. If this was to fail, it would go and allocate another one. And then at the end of the frame, or at the start, I think it's the start of the next frame, it calls reset on it. And this just goes and counts everything. So it goes, right, we allocated 16k. So we release it, and then we allocate 16k into the temporary arena. So this next frame now, it's got all of the memory that the previous frame needed, but in one block. Which means hopefully we don't have to allocate more pages. I mean, if we might do occasionally on some frames. And it just keeps creating, every frame it creates, it just goes backwards and forwards on size like this. And then, but what you know is that this memory never gets freed. It only gets freed here in the reset, which is at the start of the next frame. So you can just keep that memory around for the entire frame. So you can do things like return views. Oh, they have something. Monolithic buffer resource. A monotonic buffer resource. Yeah. So this is like... destroys... So this is an arena, innit, basically. This is like set up place for everything to go, and then when it falls out of scope, delete everything. Which is a super fast way to allocate memory, you know. And if you can reset it, it's the same thing. It's just that this one, I suppose, balances, you know, like it looks at the previous frame and tries to, it makes the assumption that the next frame is going to have very similar numbers of allocations. So it tries to minimize calling to the heap, you know, to try and get more pages out. Yeah, it deletes all of it fast. And then what I tend to do is like not really work with this directly. I tend to have types like T-string, which just, or T-array for instance, which is exactly the same as the normal array, but it's all done in temporary memory. So you not actually work with it day to day, you know. I'll just use T-array instead. And I think pretty much all the containers have got their T equivalent, like T-stack, T-string, T-buffer, T-push buffer, all these things. So if you wanted a push buffer, but in temporary memory, you would just say T-push buffer instead. And like the heap is fast. Don't know if, I mean, it might be a little bit faster than the heap. The heap's pretty fast as well. But what it stops is memory fragmentation. So if you're doing lots of little allocations, like formatting strings, can be lots of little allocations. It's much better to do it in a stack really, where there's no fragmentation at all. That's where the real win is. You know, like the heap is probably fast enough anyway, but then you would end up fragmenting your heap over time. All right. So where was I? Movement controller. LB for Lazy Ben. Yeah. Well, I actually have a prefix of BM on a lot of things, because my name is Ben Michael. My first two names. But it should have been LB. But this code predates. You know, some of this code's years old, you know. Yeah, no problem, my Fu Manchu. Have a good day. I'm gonna have a 2-minute break and make another cup of coffee, and then we'll sort this context stuff out. So the idea is to put a default, create some contexts. So I want like the default move to context, which does nothing really, and then I'll have like the move to context which ignores all collision. And then I'll have the move to context, which you're moving away from something, so provide a radius and make sure that you don't go within the radius of this thing. I'm going to have all these things. That's the idea. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I won't be long. Hey, alright, Woot Dragon. New Malak for new Malak. Oh yeah. The memory routines are some of the lowest level routines in the engine. So there's no Malak or new really. There's no Malak or new in this engine. Or free or delete. Like I said, you probably missed it if you're away. I don't use the allocators day to day. They're not designed. You can, but they're not really meant to be used by anybody. You're meant to use the things that use them. So rather than working with this temporary storage directly, everything like an array has got another one, like a T array, which is a temporary version, which obeys those rules. Or like string as a T string, which obeys those rules. So the idea is if you just want to do it in temporary storage, just put a T in front of the thing that you want into it, that is responsible for holding the memory, for once, guys, it's actually cold in this office. Can you believe it? Might have to shut the window. Give me a sec. Right. Temperature's really taken a plummet in the UK today. Right. Yeah, okay, cool, yeah. 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 The dream is set the count to 0. I'll do a little bit more than that to try and preserve linear allocation of the frames. That's why I'll do the delete and reallocation of the block. But the dream is that all the memory releases, you could do a bunch of loads and loads and loads of work, and then at the end you just set count equal to 0, and then that work is all gone. It's never quite as simple as that, though. How would that code look? So to free the arena, like what I imagine, if you're going to reuse that arena, you can just set count to 0, and then when you allocate more stuff, it writes over your old stuff. If you have this mental contract with yourself that you're never going to use the old stuff again. And then that's super duper quick because you're just setting a number to 0. So you can pre-allocate a maximum size. You can say like, I'm going to give myself a megabyte, and then that's just new, or just malloc a megabyte into a byte buffer. And then every time you want some memory, you just increment the count through the buffer, and you leave this other previous memory alone. And then when you've done with that memory, you just set the count to 0 again, and then you just write again, and you keep writing into the same buffer over and over again. if you know you're not going to go over a megabyte. You know, you can guarantee that for a lot of things. With something more general purpose like this, I don't know necessarily the maximum size I need to pre-allocate. So that's why I do it in pages. So if I pre-allocate a megabyte and then I want 10 megabytes, it's like, well, I'm not going to fit. So it has to allocate 10 megabytes from the heap properly like it normally would do. And then it links it onto the end. Okay. So all I'm going to do is we're just going to pass it on, right? And I'm going to not worry about what the default one does yet. Cover. So I'm just going to say default move context like this. And then in the movement controller, we have tick move target. So this is doing the ignore collision, right? When I've moved to so we want collision hashes and dynamic colliders. A T-array of vec2 so we want nav mesh points. So we want collision hashes. So I think I'm just going to do the collision. It's a span. So we want get static collision hashes, get static collision hashes, and get dynamic colliders in the context. Gumberg, hey, how's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. Monotonic. Yeah, that's part of that monotonic heap thing. It'll be a fancy computer science term for a single block of memory, probably. A mathematical varying in such a way that it never decreases or never increases. So what they're saying, it's pre-allocated probably to a maximum size that never changes. Finish editor code. Oh, great. Yeah, million bugs to fix. Yeah. don't you allocate with new and malloc? No, I'm not allocating with new or malloc. No. I use virtual alloc. I use the OS call, the OS page allocation call. They are in the engine if you want to use them, but I don't use them. Page alloc, this is what I use. So this isn't for byte size allocation. This is like, give me some pages. The OS, give me some pages, please. So I think like it needs to be multiples of 4K. The current one I'm going for oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So virtual alloc is what malloc and new. So new probably calls malloc, maybe. Eventually. Malloc calls this eventually. Yeah, malloc calls virtual. If you're on Windows, this is a Windows only call. This is like the OS memory allocation routine where you actually are asking the operating system rather than the standard library for memory. And like I say, you can't, although it says you put in a size bytes, it can be anything. It's not going to give you back like the size you requested. I think the minimum I think is 4K. So you wouldn't actually use this instead of malloc. Maybe I'm wrong on that, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at this for a long time. You have to read it anyway. Read about virtual alloc. So malloc is a full heap. Malloc and free go together. There's a full heap. So malloc does a lot of things. Virtual alloc is just give me memory, basically. Give me memory. And then virtual free frees it back. But like I say, I think it gives you there's no reuse of memory or anything like that in virtual alloc and virtual free. No free lists, no anything. Didn't have velocity. Ah, right, okay, cool. What do I do for highlighting code for text input? What does it? Search for caret. Caret. I have something called a caret, which is A and B in character space. So I think what you do is you set A and B, so like from position 0 to position 5 in the word, and then the renderer looks at the caret and draws a box, something like that. And then when you're dragging the mouse around, you're just setting value B of the caret, I think. I think that's how it works. If the mouse is... How do I determine how far to scroll? If the mouse is off the input rectangle. So if you've dragged it, do you mean like highlighting text like this, where I drag the mouse over? So what I do is, Windows has a capture drag mechanism in it for the mouse, I think. Like, this is years ago, so I can't really remember how I did it. But it has like a capture drag, I think. So you can actually capture the drag. So if you're just moving, you're just capturing this drag, and then you've got this vector here that's moving up and down in size. And then you can just put that into your character space to see which needs to be selected. And the text is longer than what can be displayed. Yeah, that's another system. Again, another reason why UI is really hard. You actually need to use the drag to determine, or the caret position, A and B, to determine the offset off the end of the, because you like move an offset negatively in X to like progress through the string and keep the caret in view. So you need to use the actual caret location to determine that as well. Yeah, so you're operating a level below Malak and New Woot Dragon. STB is a good text editor. Yeah, I have actually looked at STB text edit. I don't think I did use it for this, but I remember looking at it at the time. Yeah. Like, UI is really hard. I'll maintain that. Good UI is really hard. Yeah, I don't give mine velocity, actually. I don't think. So I don't actually... I just snap mine, I think. Like, what I do is it's all decided, because it's an immediate mode renderer. I can just look at the caret position A and B, and then draw the box and calculate the offset and everything once per frame. So I don't use timers or anything. Like, it would be nice to have a velocity so it didn't move so fast. So that could be nice. You could have the velocity as like based on how far we're away from the edge of the... But because I don't really select text like this, I have a couple of things. I can like select it by pressing Control, Shift and right arrow. So that's I kind of built it for that. Do you know what I mean? I think probably if I was dragging it like this, I would drag it a lot slower for sure. Or Control and A to select it all. But you can do things like hello world, right? And then Control Shift left arrow selects world. And then if I press left arrow again, it selects the space. And if I press left arrow again, it selects hello. And if I release my left hand and press the left arrow, the cursor goes all the way to H. So that's how I tend to do. Or if I just press Control rather than Control Shift, it just skips through the words. That's how I tend to do on my selecting. Yeah, Woot Dragon, you would write custom allocators if the heat wasn't doing it for you. For instance, this string stuff, allocating lots of tiny little allocations, very bad for a heap, because you get lots of fragmentation problems with the heap, which means eventually you run out of memory. Whereas if you did it all with a different type of allocator, like an arena allocator, that doesn't suffer from these fragmentation problems like a general purpose heap does. So you need to write lots of allocators, really, because every allocator's got strengths and weaknesses, and you would need to look at the problem you had and determine what was the best allocator for that problem. And it's not always a heap, so it's not always new or delete. Depend on the problem. Handle different refresh rates. So what you need to do there is you need to time in between frames. That's what you need to do. And then you make it variable refresh rate. So if you time in between frames and you get a number between 0 and 1, where like seconds for instance, the faster your frame, the slower the velocity will be. Like it will automatically work. So that's the way you would do that. So when you're doing a velocity calculation, like in this movement controller, wherever it is, so I'm doing this thing called DT2. So velocity times DT2. DT2 is a timer, and it times between frames. So if you've got a very slow frame, DT2 will be large, and it will bump the velocity up a bit to keep it all working at the same speed. So why are you going this low level? So if I don't have a general purpose, if I don't have a temporary arena allocator, for something like a game, where you're going to play it for 10 hours, and you're doing lots of little string things here and there or whatever, lots of little allocations, eventually you'll run out of memory. Or the game will need 10 gigabytes of RAM to run. I mean, you probably won't run out of memory on modern computers, but you won't be able to keep your memory footprint low because of fragmentation. What I mean by fragmentation is that you allocate a tiny little bit of memory and then you put it back when you call free, but you can't really put it back because you've got other memory next to it that's being used by something else. So what you have to do is say, well, this memory is free if anybody wants to use it, but I can't put it back because if I put it back, I'll screw up other memory around the outside of it. And that happens over and over and over again. And before you know it, you've got lots of these tiny little areas of memory that are just living on their own. And that's how you run out of memory. Because then you get something that wants a megabyte of memory, and you've got loads of memory free, but they're all just tiny little gaps, and megabyte won't be able to fit anywhere. It's very specific. I think a bit like most programs would eventually suffer from that. Yeah, would suffer from that problem. But a game's particularly bad because you're hitting something like 100 times a second. So you can very easily fragment memory. You know, you're hitting the whole frame hundreds times a second maybe, if you're running at like a big high frame rate. A new malloc for every situation. You need... I've gotten away with a heap, which is nice. Like, a heap is good because it puts memory back. As long as, you know... As long as the big chunks of memory. And then a stack... Well, an arena. It's called an arena, so it's like a bunch of stacks together. And the SSO temporary storage stuff, which does things directly on the program stack. So there's only really 3 that I use. And then you can build more allocators out of them. So if you wanted a pool, you could build a pool out of all of those things. Yeah, you do a malloc at the program startup. Yeah. You can completely manage your own memory and do that. It's no problem. So what do you do then, for instance, if you need to just gather together a list of something mid-frame? What would you do in that circumstance? Like an array of something mid-frame. So it's like, I just want to gather together all the things that are next to me, or whatever. All the NPCs that are next to the player. Like that memory has to go somewhere. Allocated at startup. But that thing might... So you mean you would have like a pool of like 32 NPCs that would be like, these are the NPCs that... This is the place where I'm going to put all the NPCs that are around me every frame. And then you like empty that every frame or whatever. That's a very C style way of doing it, you know. We'll have arrays for everything that are allocated right at the beginning of the game. 100 NPCs per map. Yeah. Or if you wanted to concatenate 2 strings, what would you do there? You just have a string concatenation area of memory that you can use. I don't know. String garbage, string zilla. Yeah. Okay. So we've got these 2 things. I've not needed to make your own allocator like that before. That's why I'm failing to see it. Yeah. So if you do something at DirectX 12, that requires, I think, some kind of heap allocator. So yeah, you're relying on the C standard library heap, basically, which is fine. It's fast. Yeah, Mimalloc, yeah. Yeah. What I would say is that if you write your own heap, it's a good exercise to start with, and it allows you it's more easy to determine, to measure things in your own heap. Like, if you wanted to draw a graph of fragmentation, if you've written your own heap, it's really straightforward. Whereas you'd have to write something on top of malloc and free, And I'm not sure, maybe you can get the list of memory blocks from Malacon Free, I'm not sure, to determine fragmentation in the heap. You know, if you wanted to draw it, if you wanted to have a real-time updated heap fragmentation, if you had your own heap, it's really straightforward. Ooh. virtualalloc works. It's not a replacement for new Malacon Free virtualalloc. Malacon Free use virtualalloc. It's one step down the chain. And that's where you're actually asking the operating system for memory. Whereas malloc is not an operating system level call. Malloc is in the C standard library. And that is there to abstract a heap away from you so you don't have to worry about it. You can just call Malacon Free all you like and it will try and manage that memory for you. Why is it more useful to... Well, Malacon Free I don't think do any memory management. They just give memory to you and then you give memory back to the OS and then it gives that memory to another process. Whereas if you do Malacon Free, it will try and reuse as much memory as it can from the OS. It will try and minimize the amount of times it has to call virtualalloc. Keep your memory footprint low. So you manage your memory at OS level. I'm managing the very bottom of the memory heap is the memory part of the game engine is a heap just like Malacon Free, except I made it so I can have closer control to things like fragmentation, how big I want the pages, my own pages to be. And I might want like more free lists than the malloc provides, and I might want to search them differently, you know. Yeah, that's right. virtualalloc is pages. Yeah, so it's not like you can get 32 bytes from virtualalloc. Like you can, but it's going to give you 4K. virtualalloc's designed for you to get some memory from the OS and then manage it yourself, rather than keep asking for it from the OS. Page no access. Yeah, I mean, you can actually indicate to Windows how you intend to use it. You can say like, right, I might use this much memory, but don't commit it to me yet. You know what I mean? You can do all sorts of weird stuff, and then you can commit it as you go. So your process, you're saying, well, it could potentially be a memory hog, but maybe not. So let's just say, just give me some, don't commit it, and then you can, just keep committing it as you go, which is also a good strategy. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I did it more just so I could monitor my memory use easier. You know, I can actually go through all my blocks in the heap myself, look at fragmentation, draw graphs if I want to. It's just once you have the heap written, you know, you just use it like Malcolm Free after that. Okay, so we're just going to do this, and then what we want is, we've got static collision hashes. Static collision nodes and dynamic colliders. So this is a tier A. We'll keep that there. Not useful for anti-cheat. Right, okay. I'm not sure about that. So we need the movement controller back in. There and there. So auto ID MC ID. Guard pages. Yeah. Yeah, so my heap has guard. Well, both the heap and the temporary global temporary arena have guards in them to try and catch when you're writing out of bounds and stuff. So what do we actually want to return? I've said standard span. So this goes through to here. This makes a packet. So it puts it into a proper array at that point. So standard span's probably fine. Dynamic. The dynamic one is just this. Generate dynamic colliders. Yeah, the guards are very useful. They often stop. They often stop me trashing memory, which is good. In fact, I don't think I've ever had a bug where the heap's been trashed without me knowing it. So far it's been really good. Yeah. I mean, Malak knew Malak and Free are fast as well. Like maybe it's like it's not necessarily a performance thing really. It's doing the temporary arena is a fragmentation thing, and it's faster. You know, it probably is faster. But I'm not doing that many dynamic memory allocations per frame, so it's fine really. But it's more of a control thing. It's like I can see when fragmentation is happening and things like that. And it's kind of good. I think it's good skills to try and write a heap. Try and rewrite Malak and Free, because you'll learn a lot trying to do that. We need the level. We need the level. Where does the level come from? So you have more control. Yeah, you can see more about the memory. I mean, you have ultimate control with your memory, really, because you're doing whatever you want. You mentioned that freeing had a problem. Not being available right away or reusable. So one of the downsides, of course, with the arena, right? So the temporary arena is that when you free an object that's on the temporary arena, it doesn't get freed. So you can, if you're not careful, allocate absolutely loads. If I ran my asset compiler with temporary memory, it might use like gigabytes of it because it doesn't free anything until the next frame. Whereas a heap, if you just had a pattern of like a loop that went for 1,000,000 times allocating and freeing a string, it would allocate the string, free it, and then it'd come back to the top of the loop, it allocate it, and it'll just grab the exact same memory block that it used to have. So it would just keep reusing the same memory block over and over again. Whereas with the temporary stuff, it'll push and push and push and push and push. So that's the downside you see to using because they've all got downsides as well. So you can't free them. So when I do a T array like this, when this goes out of scope, it doesn't get freed. That's it. So it uses more memory, maybe. Yeah. So the location is in the movement controller. So here it has the implicit cast of a right-hand side problem there. So we could make these return T arrays. There's no real problem with that, to be honest. Like this wouldn't actually be a problem in my case, but it would in general. It would if this was a heap thing. Okay, Okay, so we're going to try and get now the movement controller to use this default context thing. So I'm going to say, I want to move them, remove that. We're just going to go default context, default move context, get static. Oh, not there. Dynamic colliders. Yeah, I really enjoy working on the really low level memory stuff, you know. I think that's like that is a fun part of making an engine. Okay. We've got a mix up there. Between right. Should be alright. So we'll change this to a T array. So T array to normal array. We don't appear to have a conversion. T array to vec2. Oh no, it's just the wrong thing. This is a U32. Okay, so we could do the nav mesh stuff as well in the context, you know. SE is undefined. Game state. Get animation controller. So we're saying maximum value or max speed or walk speed, that's fine. And there as well. So this is just using the default one. What we actually want is whatever one we've passed in rather than the default one. But we'll just check first. So it's calling it fine there. So let's just check that we are not broken. Well, they seem to be pathfinding fine. So that's fine. So what do we want to do with the nav mesh points? We want to do something with the nav mesh points as well. What I think I want to do is make these virtual. And then we can derive from this. So we don't have to implement them all. So it's a TRA of vec2. Get nav mesh points. Go back to where I was. So that's an array of nav mesh points. We will make this standard span. Look, we've got find a good home for this call. We could do this right here. This is a good home for it, look. Right here. And then this can go. And then that means these can all be spans. Animation controllers. Get state. Get animation controllers. Get animation controllers. We don't have get animation controllers. For some reason. Do it here. Hey, how's it going? Would you still use a custom allocator over something like this with an actual benchmark? Arena allocator, 200 faster than GNU malloc. You can't compare it to GNU malloc though, because that's the heap. It's a different type of allocation strategy. That's the only thing I'd say. So yeah, it's going to be faster, but that's the point of an arena allocator, is it's faster. Do you know what I mean? Look at that. You know, if you cut out all of the logging, that's literally it. That's the allocation. It's a plus equals, you know. That's why they're so fast. But they're not, it's not doing what malloc is doing. You know, and this isn't a deallocate, this is a pop. So this isn't doing the same thing as a free. This is a pop. So this is like going, right, we're going to deallocate literally everything to this point. You know what I mean? But I would definitely, if I was making my own engine, or if I was doing any kind of program, I would have an arena. Yeah, for sure. I would have an arena for quick, temporary things that you need to do. I want to just concatenate two strings because the next line of code, I want to print them out, for instance. It would be far faster to do an arena allocation than a heap allocation. Con per past 9, hey, thanks for the follow. Hope you're alright. Welcome. Got any questions? Just ask. No probs. Single header arena allocator. Yeah, you don't need... I'm not a fan of initialization, I'd say that. If you're in C, you probably do need this. But I'm not really a fan of it. Arena malloc aligned. There you go. So that's just doing the bump there as well. They all use the same, it's all the same stuff. It's all exactly the same. This one's better because you can grow it, which means it's like creating new blocks and then linking them in. Call me Con. All right, Con. How's it going? Have a go at writing your own arena allocator, I would say. Like you'll notice here there's no free, because arenas don't free. There's destroy, there's clear. But you're not freeing the pointers you get like you do with malloc. It's not that kind of allocator, no. Trying to find the best. T hint, that's interesting. Place new allocation in the same region as hint. That's weird. Look, it's calling virtual Alec. Interestingly. Like, I wouldn't be calling virtual Alec given an N, really. That's not a great way to do it. Well, this is a really weird way. It's doing memory mapping and stuff. This is not an arena like what I would call a memory arena. Woot Dragons loves to loves to like scroll GitHub and look for cool libraries. An arena and a basic arena is very easy to write on your own. You're probably going to be able to write one that's as fast as it could ever be on your own, because they're not very complicated things. Scour the GitHubs. Yeah. You know, you only add complexity into an arena, really. The basics computer science arena is an ad. It's an ad. You know, it's not. It's literally an ad. So anything that's on GitHub that's doing more than an ad, they've got their complexity for their needs. Whereas I obviously do a bit more than an ad, because that's because I've got my complexity for my needs, you know. The virtual Alec one, it wasn't like, I don't think it was that. They've called it an arena, but I'm not really sure what it was doing. It's not what I would call the traditional arena, yeah. You know, like a traditional arena, right, is I just need to go to before tick. Here we go. Is U8 pointer is U8 pointer malloc megabytes 1. And then you just do like return pointer plus equals size, like this. That's just what you're doing in an arena when you're allocating. Obviously you're going to run out of memory doing that. And then occasionally when you free the arena, When you reset the arena, you're just saying point to his base like that. That's all it is, basically. So you're not really going to be able to write anything faster than that. You know, like this is obviously pretty unsafe because eventually you will go off the end of your block. So you'd have to put in a check. The plus isn't a plus equal faster than Malak. Yeah, so this is why it's really fast. Because to do a Malak, you're just doing that. You're just doing that. That is your Malak. You can't get much faster than that for a Malak, really. Whereas a Malak in a heap is a big deal. So this is a heap. I don't really know if they did open source a lot of this. Let's see if we can actually look at what it does. A Malak in a heap is quite a lot of work, really. You know, the main thing, you know, well, not the main thing, the immediate thing is that, like, this can be called from any thread. Oh, this doesn't compile. Let me just sort this out. Have a read of that. Oops. You can't free Malak in an arena. You have to wait free the entire buffer at once. This isn't really a C++ memory allocator. That normally is to be thread safe. This just has the Malak, but not even in a thread safe manner. So that statement there is true. That statement there is true. What he's saying. Yeah. So that's what my Fu Manchu said, isn't it? PMR's gone now, I think. But yeah, like that is the arena. They've called it monotonic buffer resource, even though everyone else in the world calls it an arena, though. Yeah. Basically, this is what I kind of said, isn't it? A heap does more for you. It's a different data structure. There's your name. There's just a little snippet there that was saying the monotonic buffer was an arena allocator, and I was saying, yeah, that's what you'd said. Yeah, not Malak, but the monotonic buffer. Yeah. That's right. You can go back to work if you want, Fu Manchu. That's fine. So this is default. I'll try and get this compiling. And we'll see if we can actually have a look at Malak. Obviously, I'm right in the middle of this, unfortunately. auto. Well, this is just MC get position. I'm not even returning them. So we return this. Else we return standard span to what is dest p? So this needs dest p as well. They might all need it. Maybe. In the general case. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I taught myself all this stuff and all. Yeah. It looked like it was similar to a memory allocator, but to an arena allocator, but the thing which might be a little bit different, the monotonic seemed to suggest never changes its size ever, which is not true, I think, for memory arena. Like, memory arenas should be able to allocate new blocks and link them together. That's why it's an arena rather than a stack. So there might not be quite exactly the same thing. Me Malak. Cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff there. It is interesting that his performance bottleneck is the dynamic memory allocation. I wonder why you would have that problem. He's probably just using unique pointers everywhere. That's probably what it is. It's probably just everything's nude. I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, so it can be useful, yeah, if short but predictable time, such as a frame in a game. That's why they're really useful for game engines, which is a short predictable time. Only differs in return type. Polymorphic allocator. I'm not sure what polymorphic allocator is. Not heard of that one. An allocator, maybe they mean an allocator that you can swap to do it differently, depending on the context. use vec2, that's why. Get static collision hashing. Now this is U32. A polymorphic allocator. That's a weird term. Yeah, I tend to just break them up by actual container, really. So, yeah, array is the general heap, is the global heap, and then T array is the temporary version of the array. So that uses the arena, and that uses the heap. And then I have like string that uses the heap, T string uses the temporary arena, and then I have N string 64, and that uses the program stack, like the automatic storage up to 64 characters. So I do it that way rather than actually having polymorphic allocators, if that's what a polymorphic allocator is. He's setting like the context of an allocator, what it needs to do. This is size. ID is MC.getID. Okay, so that's building now. Did we put a breakpoint right there where we're going to leak a load of memory? We did. Good. Hopefully you can actually look at what malloc does. Oh, we don't have anything to do with size. It's fine. You see, by doing it, so if you were just to use malloc, it would be very hard for me to have a little indicator at the top of my screen. How many megabytes have I allocated this frame? Which I have currently at the top left of my screen. You'd have to wrap malloc up. So you're already like wrapping malloc up. Okay, we haven't actually implemented get on it. So you do have to do a little bit more work than just malloc, really, if you wanted to actually track your memory. And then to track fragmentation just using malloc and free, you need to know about the inner workings of malloc to do that. Maybe there is a C standard library way of doing that, I'm not sure. Buddy alloc, yeah, I've used buddy allocators as well. Yeah. So if I remember rightly, well, that was years ago, buddies do a merge step as well, which is kind of what free would do. Which means if two blocks become free that are right next to each other, it merges them into a single block. If I remember rightly, maybe. Which is what a heap does as well. And that's why you can put things back in a heap. Because that's what I mean by putting things back. You put it back and then it goes, oh look, I'm right next to something that's already free, and it just gets consumed to make the block bigger and bigger and bigger. And then the fragmentation comes where it can't get put back. So you end up with these lots of little bits of memory out on their own. And that's what doing something like the arena will prevent. Okay. So it goes to this. Interlocked read. So that's doing your I presume by the word interlocked, that's doing your making sure it's on the same thread. Thread safe. And then it goes heap alloc debug internal. So it is doing a lock there actually. So you can see like it's massive compared to a plus. So it's doing some kind of lock. Critical section. Validate heap if required, no lock. So this is probably the debug version, isn't it? And then some kind of pointer to a function that is calling. And here it goes. I want it to, so it's trying to get a block of memory. And it calls heap alloc, which is a Windows thing. So it goes through heap alloc, which is interesting, which is Windows built-in heap, which will eventually go through virtual alloc. Yeah, free an entire group. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you technically can do that on this heap. Well, not this heap. I'm not sure about this heap. On my heap as well. I think. But it would be very, very foolish to do it. You'd be pulling the rug under so much stuff. So we have heap pages, and they have a size. So technically, you could set the size to 0, and that would free the entire page. But that would be a very foolish thing to do. Do you use the heap with the bully allocator? I'd have to actually look at why it would, like, if there was a use case for it in the game. Like, I have the heap that I have does all the buddy stuff, so I'm not sure if I would actually need it. Like, I get by fine with the three main ones, really. with the heap and the arena and the automatic storage one, which doesn't hardly ever get used actually. Okay, so we just need to check that. So these guys are working. We need to go back to, not there. This guy's on a nav mesh in here. It looks like he's walking on it. If we just see, look at we're on top of his nav mesh, so he can't move. So if we move, oh look, he's still waiting on it. Maybe he's not working then. Let's try and figure that out. Waiting on pathfinding, it says, and then failed to find the goal. Okay. So this is Jenny. ID 3. So it's doing another allocation here anyway. You can get rid of that. They look good to me. So it makes the packet. The result is failed to find goal. Ugh. Would it be better using the arena allocator? Do different things, I think. The arena allocator would be faster than a buddy allocator. I'm just going to go to the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right. So we're failing to find pathfinding. We're failing the pathfinding for some reason. There's nothing in the way, I don't think. Can't find the goal. I mean, if there's something in the way, it would... Well, let's have a look anyway. Okay. He's wanting to copy things. So he's going to tier A there, you see. Anyway, whatever. It's actually an array, not a tier A. Or even standard span, you know. Anyway, let's see why we are failing. It's getting all the way to here. Only tried 6 cells. Weird. You need to take out that copy. Alright, well. Should definitely be able. Going from there to there. Stay to. So the search space. It's finding stuff in the search space fine. Do we get any came froms? We do. Hmm. We need to kind of draw. We need to have a way to draw the what it's testing. Let's see if this is reproducible as well. I mean, it should be. It's just basically not able to solve the path. Should definitely be able to find that path. So it's definitely a bug somewhere. Yeah, it's just not working. Okay, that's something. I've done something wrong with the nav mesh stuff then, I think. So let's go back to the movement controller. That's pretty good to me. So let's just look at the unmodified version. Copy that. Turn this one back on. Generate dynamic colliders. I think it's the same, really. We literally just moved the function from one place to another. Okay. See if this is still broken. It's totally still broken. Weird. Okay, well, let's just go back even further. We do need the movement controllers though. Was it the animation controllers? Okay. And if this is still broken, we need to draw out all of the areas that it's testing for pathfinding, see why it's not getting up to the goal. I don't think you would use it. Try to avoid allocations like that in general. Pre-allocate with new at startup whenever I can. Yeah. And then it depends. If you're using like standard vector or standard string, you just let them manage their memory internally. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally busted. Oh, look, she found it. What happened there then? Oops. And now she can't do it. And now she can. Is it? Oh, is it? Ooh, is it when that goes through it? No, I don't think so. It's interesting why that is not able to find that path. Yeah. Like almost all of the time, you're going to be fine using the STL stuff. Yeah, you don't need that much control. Yeah. Depends how low level you want to go, you know. So I want to know why sometimes she's now not able to find a path. And now she's waiting on the pathfinding, and underneath it says failed. Unfortunately, it's directly underneath. So it's waiting and then failing and waiting and failing. And now it's successful. Oh, I wonder if it's something from, and it's the Spidians from another level getting in her way. So when we create the dynamic colliders, do we to test that they're in the same room? We do not. That's what it is. Interesting problem. That's a crazy bug, that. Anyway, we can get rid of this. Strange. So, this just gets replaced with this. So when it generates a dynamic colliders at anything that is going to have collision detection that moves, and the two Spidians in the other room were moving, and because we're not checking that they're in the same room, in the current room, it was including them in the search. So you say if get games, if not get game state in same room, AC.getID, MSC.getID. So if they're not in the same room, it doesn't matter. We don't need to include them with dynamic collision detection. Little man walking with a swagger. Yeah. It's a cool little thing. I didn't make that. That comes with Spine, the animation program. The animation rigging program that I use. But he's a cool little knight. It's cool. It has quite a few animations. My guys are going to look more like, when I start making the art for the game, it's going to be more like Star Trek style people, I think. Might get more complex writing custom allocators for everything. More complex bugs. Yeah. You need to have good structure if you're going to have different allocators. I recommend doing it this way, because if you want to swap to a new allocator, you just put a little T on the front rather than the SDL way, which is to pass in an allocator to the actual thing on construction, I think. I can't remember actually. You can do it the SDL way here as well, so you can go array base vec2 and then your custom allocator there if you wanted to. So you could put anything in there that was a custom allocator, which is the, I think that's how SDL do it. Maybe. Yeah, so vec2 allocator. Virtualize. You could build your custom allocators off pre-existing allocators though. So you could build an arena allocator using malloc and free. You can also do that. which is what I would recommend. I would recommend you don't build an arena allocator using virtual alloc. Because you might only want a small arena. You might want an arena of 1k. And if you did it with a virtual alloc, you're going to get 4k. Whereas if you did it with malloc, you get pretty close to 1k, probably, most of the time. You find that all AAA engines, in-house, Unreal, Unity, I mean, I don't know if Unity is AAA really, will have custom allocators, like all of them. It's the done thing, really. Okay. Yeah, this is it. Allocators. That's what they're designed for. Extremely specific situations. You know, most of the time it's a heap because that's a good capture all for a lot of different things. But sometimes heaps aren't good. There we go. Now if I move out of the way, you can do it. That's good. So this is using now this this default move context. So what we want is we want an actual get move context, really. Let's just try and write it here. Well, how do we want to do this? We could do, well, how do we want to do this? So we could put it actually in the context, couldn't we? Then we could override the context from the outside if we wanted to. Override the actual way we even do the moving outside. We could have something like well, it wouldn't be an A-star result though. Yeah, general purpose. Yeah. Depends if you're interested in them as well, like interested in learning about different allocators. I find them good. Like writing a heap is a good exercise. Teach you a lot of things about low-level programming. It's nice to know what malloc does, if you like that type of thing. But for an actual project, it could just get in the way, possibly, of the project, which it shouldn't do, obviously. Strings the biggest bottleneck. Yeah. There's a lot to strings, really. So we kind of just need if it's working. We have a lot of different reasons. So we could actually change the name of this to a move to a result. We'll keep it A star result for now. What I'm thinking is that this has a move in it. So it has a move with a destination position. So virtual A star result move let me do it. And then move does this. Wherever we put it, yeah. And move also needs the movement controller. And this is MC get location dot room. And this calls A star search MC get ID. Dest P room bounds. And this returns the A star result. And this returns A star result fail. Unknown. Black magic. Yeah. You could just, if you wanted to have a go, try and do an arena allocator using Malloc free. So don't touch virtual alloc. Try and build an arena allocator using Malloc free and then plug that into standard string and see if you can get standard string to use your arena allocator. Just as a little exercise, you know. And then if you get that working, you could profile. You could be like, right, let's allocate 10,000 strings. One using the arena allocator and one using new. Or using the default string allocator. And then see how fast it is. And then you could even compare it for short strings, you know. Using just the SSO stuff that the standard string does. Everything in assembly. No, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. You'd be programming for years. Get interaction round. That's MC.get interaction bounds. So this is this. What's the problem here? Can I convert argument one from default move context to a movement controller? Ah, right. This is MC. But you know, like engine programmers love this stuff. this allocator stuff and minimizing cache misses and maximizing branch predictions, and that's what that's what they find interesting. Solid gains. Yeah. Don't need to reinvent the wheel for everything. Yeah, you need to have your own set of goals, don't you? And then you do what you do to achieve those goals. That's why I'd never say to anyone, why are you using Unity? I'd never say that, because they have different goals. Unity is a great engine. It's made Pillars of Eternity was made on it. I say that all the time. It's one of the best games ever. That's the game I showed you earlier in the stream. It was made in Unity. So if your goal is to make a game like that, that's a good idea to use an engine like that. But if your goal is to make a games technology, it's a bit different. Everything in program was written by, all the time, all the time. But even if you write bare bones allocator, you're only going as far as virtual alloc, really. Then you have to call to Windows eventually. I would say, so what I do is I have the big project like this, and then I'll have little weekend things which are more interests. It's academic. It's let's try and write this arena allocator and plug it into standard string and see what happens. That's just it would be an interest that you would follow to get away from all this stuff, which is the big monolithic massive program. I needed a break from gameplay, so I went and did SSO in my own strings. That's because I needed a break from, I'd done 5 months of gameplay programming, you see. And that's why, rather than use standard string, do that, because that's the result of that is that I have all these containers that I've written. Yeah. Okay, so you can call move on the default move context now, in theory. So this is now auto a star result. No, a star result equals default move context dot move this destination p. So the reason why I'm putting these into a context is because I want to have different contexts. Meaning, why do you want to move? Well, the default one is just I want to get around the level. But I'm going to have another one, which is I'm running away from an enemy. So I want to have a running away from an enemy move context, which will pathfind slightly differently, because I don't want to run towards the thing I'm running away from to get to the cover location. It might be a good cover location, but I have to move past the enemy. And I don't want to do that, because that's not what you'd do naturally. You'd run around the enemy. So I'm going to actually write another move context to do that. But first we'll get with the default one working, which is basically just I want to remove that for the static ones, which is basically just roaming around the level, not bothered about anything. Okay. So that just does this now. So eventually this is going to come from a list of contexts. Yeah, sometimes you need a break. That's right. That's one of the reasons why I love engine programming, is because obviously, unless you need a break from coding, that's different. But if you're getting sick of working on something, it's so multidisciplinary that you can go and work on something else that's entirely different. Like if I wanted now, I could go and start working on sound code or something. That's why I like it. Problem of over-optimize, just like with other thing, which create a new problem, pre-optimization. Yeah. Definitely. Optimization's one of them things. So what I tend to do is I'll just wait till something's slow, basically. Like I've always got it in the back of my mind when I'm ever writing something like, how is this really going to perform? But I'm not bothered. And then when something gets slow, like when the pathfinding started to get slow, I'll then go in, stick it on a background thread, or a background thread pool basically, so you can pathfind on background threads. And I did that, and I'll do it that way around. Because to be fair, like this game runs fast. I don't need to worry about optimization. This is a pretty old computer, and we're running at 170 frames a second in debug at the moment. So 3 times, really, nearly 3 times what, 2.5 times what I need it to. Make it faster. Yeah. Need it to run on Windows XP. It would never run on Windows XP, I don't think. It needs DirectX 12. It would be a good exercise. I could like port the back end of the render to an old school OpenGL and see what happens. With no GPU, yeah. There is someone who pops on streams written a software renderer with no GPU from time to time. Okay, so now this needs to come from a bunch of contexts, right? So we're going to go A star result, star result, and then for each type of what is it, get moved to context types. A star result, this SP, const auto x. So we're going to go using T if movement context no, it's not called movement context, it's called move to context, is type T A star result equals no, it's auto context. We'll try and wrap it as T. You do context move this SP like this. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive field, sure. You don't, and as well, like, you just absorb it over time. Like, you don't need to work flat out all the time. You just absorb it. You just, like, become interested in things occasionally, and over time, you absorb it. Yeah. Like, the goal of being a game dev is, if that's the goal, like, you probably are wasting your time learning the intricacies of dynamic memory allocation, because it has nothing really to do with making a game. You know, it's the games, that's on the game's technology side, you know. The game, and that's got its whole other set of things, you know, other set of things you need to learn, so you may as well learn that. Right, so we're using now something that's in the list of move to contexts. So this is empty currently, so what would that mean? The A star result is unknown, so we fail it. Good, right, so let's just see. So these two here by default don't have the context. So what we want to do is, if we don't supply a context, so we're going to say so if there's not a move context, the A star result is just the default move to context. Got move. Hybrid tuple storage doesn't have. It just is set really. I mean, does it not have implicit bool or explicit bool? It's set, it's fine. So they're working fine. Okay, so what we need to do then, I might actually do define annotate finding results. I actually do this. Different way. So all these debugs here. I'll take that off now. That's been if zeroed out long enough. So these debugs. Is annotate pathfinding results. So now we can supply a different type of context. Thing is, if these are virtual, we might not need to have the list. No, we do need the list because we need to store it. Get my head around this. So what we want now is another type of context. We want struct avoid other NPC move to context. I'm just going to make it come off the default one. So all we really want is to override this. So we're going to see if we get in here. Following the pirate software saga. Oh man, so I've seen it everywhere. I don't follow him really though. So I don't really know what he's talking about. I don't really know what it's about. I know he's receiving a lot of hate from everybody for some reason. What is it about? His followers don't. Oh, right, okay. He's massive, innit? He's got like 1 million Twitch followers. I know he works at Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard, and I know that his dad was big in Blizzard. Big in the Blizzard hierarchy somewhere. That's all I really know. And he's making a game. Black Ball Stop Killing Games. So Stop Killing Games is where devs shut down servers. Is that right? And don't allow the games to be played anymore when they're done with them, as opposed to letting them people create their own servers. He doesn't work at Blizzard. Yeah, I read that he was Q&A or something at Blizzard. I don't know. I mean, has anybody seen his game? Is his game good? So avoid other NPC move to context, which is a pretty bad name, but whatever. I'm just going to say NPC instance. Oh, really? Okay. I won't put it on stream. I'm not gonna like publicly have a go at someone. Reviewing people's code. I actually think, that, I mean, I don't know about pirate software, his actual circumstances, but I don't like having to go to other people's code because it should be a fun. I mean, he's not doing it as a hobby. It's a bit different for him, but it's like telling someone that their painting is rubbish. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, I get maybe it's not very good if you try and come across as an expert and it's faked. That's not very good at all. If you're giving people advice, spaghetti code. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've maybe seen like 2 minutes of his streams before, so I'm not sure. I just knew he was massive as a massive streamer for game dev. Broad level. Yeah, that's the problem in it, my Fu Manchuria, is don't try to come across as an expert. If you don't give people advice, because then you can lead people down the wrong path and it could actually hinder their learning. And that's definitely what you don't want to do. The last thing you want to do if someone is really into game development, wants to be a game developer, is lead them down the wrong path and then have them quit and not become the game developer they could have been. Because that's like you stepping on somebody's actual ambitions there, aren't you? Yeah. Like I try to keep the talk to my own code, because I don't really like the idea of getting in the way of people's dreams. That's rubbish. You need to teach Thor. I'll happily help people coding and like who are having trouble or want to know about things that I do in this engine, and my advice if you wanted to write something like this. But I think it's important as well to recognize that somebody who wants, like I try to make the distinction all the time between writing games and writing games technology. And this is games technology really. So if someone comes on and wants to make games and they want to know about what engine to pick, and it's like, well, are you interested in games technology? Because just by writing your own engine doesn't mean your game's going to be better or anything like that. He sucks people in, yeah. He's like a really good influencer, isn't he? He's got that. By good, I mean attractive, not necessarily in a good way. He's got a really nice radio voice and all that. Good at talking, yeah. Ah, right, okay. Bass boosting. Oh, really? Wow. Cool. Should write some crazy AI software that turns your voice into like, I don't know, Daenerys Targaryen's voice. And you get a few more followers. Pirates making your own engine. Yeah. I don't really know what he's doing. Is that what he's trying to do, make his own engine? He's not using anything else. So we can pass which NPC we're going to avoid. And this just affects dynamic colliders, because all we want to do is be like, this NPC is a dynamic collider. Let's just make a bunch of dynamic nodes, what do they call them? Vec2s around this guy, around NPC. So we don't actually want to go across him, we want to go around him. So we need to actually supply this context somewhere. So that would be in the behavior types thing here. So we're going to avoid get game state. Well, we're just going to hard code it. Well, get game state, get playable character. And that's CTX. So the idea is now we can move avoiding the playable character. So all I want to do is just see if that breakpoint fires. So we actually end up here in this version of the code. A few hundred subs a day, really. Trying to make game heartbound. Right. So what technology is he using to make that game? Like what language is he programming, for instance? So what's the problem? We need a constructor. What? And let's just get rid of a couple of these. High skill coding. Okay. Right. Does this? I might have a look. I'll have a look at what he's actually doing. Do you think people want to watch low-level, high-skill coding? I think that's what people like to watch. Like, genuine question. I don't know really what the answer is. Whether people want to watch that or they want to watch people make nice graphics. Yeah, he claims to be an expert. Yeah. I mean, he's clearly an expert at streaming, given all his audience and that, or making people think he's an expert. He's an expert at making people think he's an expert. There we ended up in here, look. Right, so now we need to actually get to the dynamic colliders. So it says, only looks like we should extend this to include all entities because it only looks in the animation controllers. We really need the movement controllers. Called get world bounds, which looks in the movement controller. Oh, and it gets the rig bounds. Okay, so we do need the animation controllers. Extend all entities. Do we really need to do this? I'm going to say no. So we're going to go auto. Well. Okay, let's just copy it. It's fine. We'll change it as we go. Use manipulate. Alright, okay. There's no way that's real. Surely not. That's just funny. There's no way that's real. Or he did it but for a joke. That's funny though. He actually codes like that. Right. Bloody hell. That's funny. Never worked at Blizzard. Yeah, you think he said that maybe to get followers? Yeah, maybe. So what we need is we need to do all this. Now the problem is with this. So what is this eventually doing? This is flooring them, making them integers, hashing them eventually. I think it's fine to have duplicates. It's fine to have duplicates. I don't want to waste time testing that it's a unique point, because it probably won't be. So we need to want to do this, and then right at the end, well, actually, we need a radius. So right at the end of here, we want to do we want to do it in a circle? I think we want to do it in a circle around the center of the bounds. I think that's what we want to do. So we're going to say the radius is 10. So we're going to go also P equals bounds dot center. So we'll say if AC.getID is equal to the NPC. So this is the one we want to avoid. And we've got this radius, right? So we want to do a rect with a bound center, and then we want to inflate it by the radius. So that gives us a square, but we should test with a circle really. So that's auto, I don't know, bounds 2. So if we want to test against a circle, we want to go if geometry intersect point with circle. The point is P, the circle, the center is bounds to dot center, and the radius is radius. P. And that should just basically add in a load more points. Malduvius fig tree. That sounds outrageous, that does, Woot Dragon. So what has he done? What has been the trigger? Why is everyone why don't they like him anymore? Is it because of this? Has he said that this, what was it, there's this movement to save games? He said he doesn't support it. Right, so what I want to do is actually draw these points out. For auto P in results. Get game canvas, stop, draw quad in world rect P 2 1 font color 1 0.5 in max. Okay. His behavior. Right. He's basically been found out, was what, yeah. Vanberg, hey, how's it going? Oh, great. Good work. Yeah, so he's being investigated. I suppose like a lot of devs are coming on who know what they're talking about and they're realising he's a bit of a, well, they think he's a bit of a fraud maybe. Is it the highlight timer every 20 milliseconds? Yeah, okay, cool. There we go. We can see a circle around the player. Of areas, that's quite big area to avoid. We won't put 10. And he needs to also be able to walk out of that region, which currently should be able to do. The behavior controller, where is that? Behavior types. We'll put 5 in. This is this is gonna have to come from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Probably gonna have to come from the rig. You know, like different animated rigs have different avoidance zone sizes. I know it's being talked about. Oh yeah, okay. Look how it kind of moves as he animates as well. That's cool. Look, he goes around me. No, he goes around me to try and attack me. I want to turn off everything but the flea to cover. So we'll just put a condition false on there. And a condition false on there. And a condition false on there as well. Hey, I don't want 1 million followers. I don't think that would be pretty overwhelming for me. All I want to do is sit here and talk about coding a bit. Okay, so it's saying a bunch of messages that I can't read because they're all stacked on top of each other. So the yellow one is working on the pathfinding. Failed to. Okay, let's just. It might actually be more straightforward to take that other Spidey out because we don't need 2 instances right now. So we'll just delete that guy. Do you think people can even tell the difference between 60 milliseconds and 20 milliseconds for highlighting text? For highlighting text, unlike applications like word processors, probably. Applications like games, probably it doesn't matter, I would say. Thing about like the Windows hardware mouse here, it's much faster than even 16 milliseconds. And you can really tell when you're dragging a software mouse around. You can really tell. Simply edit some game files. No, man, I think if it works and you can't tell, that's totally fine, yeah. Okay, Notch. Wonder what he's doing these days. Okay, so we've got this thing now. So if we open his brain, hopefully. So he's stuck. He's not in his controller, which means he's trying to walk out of this zone. So coming along. There's no context to who is this? This is Jenny. Yeah, we need to figure out also what we want to do with pathfinding when players not in the same, not even in the room. I'm going to just write that because I don't want to forget. Handle pathfinding NPCs in different to the player. Okay. Really not Shaz. I'll have to read up on it. I haven't really. I've seen just the periphery of it. I think. Failed to find goal. So So what does fail to find goal even do? It should say starting collidable rather than failed to find goal. That's what it should do. Get rid of them copies. To the drift. So the drift didn't work. Unknown. It should say get rid of these copies. All these copies. So it should say, oh look, it only checks static collisions. Okay. That's not even doing a binary search. So this is starting collidable. We can have starting collidable now. Turning cog, hey, how's it going? Oh, welcome back. What's this video? It is crazy to me that so much human creativity just goes down the drain. What did you guys hear about Perfect Dark? That's a right shame, that. Okay. Oh, he disappeared. He's walked off somewhere. Yeah, I'll watch your video in a second. I'm just going to figure this out here. I want him to walk out of the start is in collidable there. Okay. Starting collidable. Right, so this get nearest valid position as well. It's quite a lot of work that. That needs to include the dynamic stuff. Right. Nice one, house renovation. My house needs a lot of work. So the nearest valid location needs to include the dynamic colliders stuff. Ooh, right. So what does this even do? I think it just draws a rectangle outside. Just moves out. Draws a rectangle and just tests whether it's intersectable or not, but only with static. Not with dynamic colliders. So I wonder if this might benefit from being in a context as well. Here's a thing, we could maybe save these now. We'll do it all. Begin with, we'll just do it all. Well, I'm going to say we'll just do it all again, but I think it might actually be less work. So we could do array vec2 nav mesh points, or we could keep spans of them. See if we can get away with this. Static collision hashes, standard span. Like this is now very much a temporary object. Dynamic colliders. This is not going to work beyond the frame for sure. So what we're going to do is we want to save it. We're going to say nav mesh points is equal to the desc nav mesh points, else nav mesh points is standard span vec2, and return nav mesh points like that. mixing my bananas. Yeah, I think one of the things is you've always been buying a license, haven't you, with games? Even when they were on discs back on PlayStation 1, you were only ever getting a license. You were actually buying ownership of the thing. Which is, I think it's true for all digital media. Like CDs is the same. And films. Yeah. I can't watch it with sound, that's the only thing. Put subtitles on. It's 8 minutes. I'll watch it after the stream, so people aren't just staring at my face for 8 minutes, not talking. Yeah. It's all wrapped up in legal horribleness, isn't it? Because you're actually buying the license, and when they revoke the product, they revoke the license. It's awful, really. I don't like that. Yeah, I will. Okay, so the collision hashes. This doesn't exist. So we're just going to go collision hashes is standard span U32. And I think we need to do that here as well. And then what's this? Dynamic colliders. So we're just going to go dynamic colliders is result, return dynamic colliders. And this is the same thing I was doing with the temporary string. Because it's a temporary array, this still works. At least for a frame. So now at least here now, on the nearest valid position, we have access to all this stuff. So get nearest valid position. We'll just copy this in and then we'll see if we can reduce it, because we already have some stuff. Like we already have the collision hashes. Collision hashes isn't a thing, but we've called it something else. We've called it static collision hashes. room bounds is undefined. So that's just checking it's in the room. So this needs to be, we need the movement control. We might need the movement controller, I'm not sure. I'm going to say we do, at least in the general case. The room bounds is this thing. We don't call it collision hashes. What is this working out? This is static collision hashes. This is just this there like that. Okay. If not level, return that. So the intersects is a little bit different now. So I wonder if how do we generate these static collision hashes again? We just get to them. I wonder if now we do the same kind of thing with the dynamics as the statics, where we add them and they become U32 sorted U32s. Yeah, I want to take 2 minutes and make a cup of coffee, and then I might turn these dynamic colliders, so they just return vec2s and they get sent into the pathfinding, and there it's when it hashes them all and puts them into a list and stuff. We might do that right here, and then we can just do 2 binary searches there for intersects, and that'll be really nice and quick. All right, I'll be back 2 minutes. All right. Fresh, massive mug of coffee. Get the last hour of the stream. Try and finish this. So we want to change the dynamic. We're going to change this to dynamic collision hashes. And then this is U32. This is U32. And then this is going to be called get dynamic collision hashes. Like that. Okay. So get dynamic collision hashes, standard span U32. The dynamic collision hashes so this is a tier A U32 hashes. So we're going to go auto hash equals bm cast vec to the vec2 I vec2 x y floor and hash 32 that hash 32 that, and that's the hash. And then we're going to go standard ranges sort the hashes standard less. And that basically becomes the dynamic collision hashes like that. And that's the same for the other one. Get dynamic collision hashes. And so we need to do dynamic collision hashes standard span U32. So we need to do standard sort, standard ranges sort result standard less U32. But we're not going to call it result, we're going to call it hashes. Like this. And then in the star search, it's actually going to be, these are going to be standard span U32 static collision hashes Dynamic collision hashes. Well, hang on. That needs to be changed like this. Try drifting. Oh, look, we need the P. We need the actual positions. Okay. I'll have to wind it back a step. So what is this P doing here? It's finding the closest P to the start cell. And we're checking if we're less than 2 away. Basically, that's like you need to recalculate your path to it because you're too close to a dynamic collider. What am I working on? So the goal is to provide the pathfinding, or at least a movement controller for any NPC, a reason why it needs to move. There's the default reason, which is like you just need to move around. But then, for instance, when I've got the NPC trying to find cover, it needs to like pathfind to its cover point, but it needs to avoid who it's running away from. So if you've got like a character and it's trying to run away from the character to find cover, but the best cover point's down here, the default one would just run straight across in front of the thing he's trying to run away from, which is not really realistic. So I want him to move around the player like this. And you're going to do that by providing the reason why you are moving. So we've got move controller, move to, and then you're providing this context, which is like we're avoiding another NPC. So you pass that context into the movement system, and then he avoids the NPC, you see, the NPC. The way that he avoids the NPC is that the radius around the NPC he wants to avoid needs to get added into the collision data for the pathfinding, so the paths don't path into that zone. Moving around the player, moving around anything that wants to get into cover. So right now this is the Spidean creature. It's currently working on, but you can use this for anything, and then the idea is you'll be able to write different contexts. So if I wanted to move something for a different reason, I'll write a context for that as well. Is there any reason you use standard move? Oh, you mean here? Where is it? There. The only reason is because most of the time you're just going to write these in line. So I've only written a right hand side version of this move to. There it is. See, it's a right hand side. And I don't want it to be const ref, because it gets stored into a context object. And I don't want to store a const context object, because that means I can't modify it ever, which I do. I do modify this context object. So it has to be a left-hand side or a right-hand side. So I've chosen to go with the right-hand side and then move it in. Yeah. Is it necessary or good practice? It can save a lot of memory allocation if you use it in certain circumstances. Basically what you're saying is this object is temporary. So it's not, it's giving the compiler like information like this object is not meant to last. So when I move it into the context, it can just do like, it could just copy, literally like move anything that's in there into there rather than copy it into there. Do you know what I mean? So it saves the copy, it just does the move, which is like setting pointers rather than having to do mem copy or whatever. Is context already a valid pointer? This is just a reference, so it's not a pointer really, it's just passing. I mean, it points to, I suppose, the thing that calls it. So it points to here. But what I'm saying is like, even though I've declared it as a left-hand side here, we're just treating it as a right-hand side. Just treat it as a right-hand side because I'm not bothered like about keeping anything that happens in here. I'm not bothered about whether it stays in CTX or not. It's going to get moved into the context inside the movement controller, wherever that is. It's a bit abstract, really. It's a bit weird. Where is it? So if there was an array in the context, for example, it would do a shallow copy of the array instead of a deep copy of the array, which would save time. What do you call standard move on non-pointer objects? If they contained things that needed to be copied, then you could move. So if this had in it, if this was a class, right? So if this had an array in it, and then the constructor allocated 1,000 elements in that array, when I move it, I'm basically saying like, by the time this function exits and we come down here, the 1,000 elements won't be in context anymore. They've been moved somewhere else. If I didn't move this, they'd have to get copied somewhere else, which is a lot more work. Do you know what I mean? So a move is not copying it. No. Yeah, a move is not copying. A move is doing a shallow copy. Do you know what I mean? It's copying the pointers. It's not copying the data. That's what a move is doing. So it means no allocation, no copy. Yeah, so it's just copying the... I mean, there are no pointers in here. In this particular one, there are no pointers. This is just data. But I don't know, in the future, I might want another move context that has an array in it, you know, that is a deeply nested thing or a string. So what I'm saying is just move it into the movement controller. We've not bothered about using it after we've called this. It's just a way to tell a compiler that. So if you pass a pointer, you wouldn't move standard move. Yeah, if you passed a pointer, you wouldn't do standard move. You could just pass a pointer by value, or by, you know, by pointer. Yeah. So if this was like nude on the heap, I could just pass that in. But I don't like doing that, because then this CTX is a pointer to it, and then the context inside the movement controller will also point to it, so you'll get pointer alias in then. And then it's unclear who owns the memory. So I don't do that. I pass it in by move instead, which means CTX no longer owns any memory. The memory ownership's being passed into the movement controller. It's more clearly, it's more clear, I suppose, on who owns memory. So standard move isn't designed for pointers. Yeah, standard move on a pointer will just do a copy of the pointer. It'll silently do nothing, basically. Maybe we just need both. The thing is, then it can't even be side. Just copy that into here so I can read it. Okay, so this would be like this. Delete my vector I. So that will delete that. Yeah. But the thing is, you could do it the other way around. You could delete that, and then all of a sudden your vector's full of junk, which the owner of the vector doesn't know. Doesn't know that. So that's what the problem. That's what I mean by the alias in there, the pointer alias in. This could have got like moved somewhere else, you know. So you've got like, you'll have a problem with like that. You'll have a dangling pointer issue there. So I try not to do stuff like that. What I'm saying is you wouldn't double delete, but you're saying it would lose ownership. It doesn't. There is no, the ownership is unclear here in this situation. This is what you want to try and avoid. If you did this, it would delete that, yeah, for sure. So you could delete it via the vector, or you could delete it via my owner. So the ownership is unclear. If you did one delete, it would screw up the other, basically. This holds a point. This holds already freed memory now. So what would benefit from standard move? It's to do with when you've got more nested things. So so if I do foo, right? So foo owns this. So this is like 1, 2, 3, right? So this is dynamically allocated memory. Foo now owns this memory. If I did standard vector of foo, and then I did foo pushback standard move foo like this, and then I I call like the destructor of foo there, which is its equivalent to doing delete. Then what's happening there is foo owns eyes, the array of eyes, the memory there. Then you're moving it into the vector. So now the vector owns the eyes, the foo in the vector. And when I do this, this is empty. This is empty. So it doesn't cause a problem. So this, when the vector falls out of scope, eyes gets released. You don't need to call the destructors automatically goes out of scope. Yeah. I was just replicating the delete example there. So when you do the destructor here, it's a no-op in this situation. Doesn't delete the memory. The memory's been moved into here. So my vector now owns the memory, or the foo in my vector now owns the memory. Yeah. So when my vector falls out of scope, then eyes is deleted. So if you don't do standard move there, so if I just put foo, it'll make a new instance of foo and it'll copy eyes into the new instance of foo. So when you do that, it'll delete the eyes of foo, and when this falls out of scope, it'll delete the eyes in that foo. So what you've got is double the memory allocation there. So you're creating two objects there. Whereas with there, you're still creating two objects, but you're moving the content of one into the other. So the vector, the vector will do a, in that state there, the vector does a copy, yeah. I mean, I should technically do this really, because why does it need to be moved? So here you're dynamically creating an array of eyes 1, 2, 3, and here you're also dynamically allocating an array of eyes 1, 2, 3, and then you're copying this one into this one. Whereas when you do standard move like this, you're dynamically creating eyes, and here you're creating a foo and then just copying the point. You're just moving eyes into it by copying the pointers over rather than copying the data over. So it's a lot quicker. And then what happens there is foo doesn't have ownership anymore. So the copy is quicker. The move is quicker because the move copies the pointers. So you can think of move as a shallow copy where it just copies the pointers. And then when you do the copy, that's copying the data that the pointers point to over. But wouldn't foo have ownership out of scope regardless? So once you do this, foo is empty. There's nothing in foo anymore. So when you call this, it's a no-op. If this builds, which it doesn't. Yeah, I need to. Unfortunately, I can't build it to show you. So there's a difference between a shallow copy and a deep copy. And the difference can be significant because this might contain like a hash map of something that contains another massive object. So the copies can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So it actually saves you a lot of time. Whereas if you just do the move, it just looks at the top level of pointers in the array and copies the pointers across and nothing else gets touched. There's no destruction. Yeah, it doesn't. It destroys it when the. So this doesn't do anything, but when my vector falls out of scope, then it gets destroyed. Yeah, so this will just silently do nothing probably. It'll either silently do nothing or it'll complain that you can't move an integer. But it probably won't do that. So this is exactly the same as calling standard move won't do anything. So what it does is so what standard move actually does, so push back, right, will be like, so the signature will be like const int I maybe. What standard move does is it turns it to push back int ref I. It changes it to this, and then when you construct the object inside the array, it uses the move constructor. So all it really does is it passes control to a different constructor, and that allows you to copy pointers instead. So really all standard move is doing is that. It's just doing that. So that's a valid C++. Do you know what I mean? It's just calling this instead of this. So the I is a different type. So when you construct it, it calls a different constructor. But if you're using pointers, it's pointless. Yeah, so if you were to do standard move of a pointer, so this was like null pointer, then standard move turns it to that, which means it's just a normal pointer for all intents and purposes. So we do actually want probably to do this, but not all the time. So I think what I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, is just put this back. Where you should be applying standard move. Standard move is a shallow copy, so it's wherever you want to move. It's wherever you want to move something. So it doesn't, when you're just doing int and pointer, it doesn't really do anything. It's when you've got classes or structures of data where it makes sense. So if you've got a class that contains a vector of data and you want to move ownership of that memory somewhere else, you'd use standard move for that. Like in this case with the behavior types. Context is not used after this line. So I just move it in there. And that means this ceases to own any memory after this call. And then Then it gets moved into here again. Which means now this is the ultimate owner of the memory, the move to context. So any memory that gets allocated outside this function and is passed in as part of the context ends up in here. That's where you're actually putting the memory. Generally, I just make those classes as pointers, pass them via pointer. Yeah, so that's another way to do it. But then you fall into that problem of who owns memory. What do you do when this falls out of scope? What do I do with it? You know, you fall into that problem. What I don't want to do is like pass this in as pointer, and then this movement controller starts pointing to this object somehow. Because this object is just going to fall out of scope, and then this movement controller will be pointing to garbage memory. Yeah, so the move constructor is the way to avoid using the copy constructor, but still pass around the actual thing. Yeah. And you have the memory in one place, yeah. So if you have the memory in one place, if you're aware as a programmer, like, well, I know that this memory, you know, if I called free after this, I would junk this. Then you just don't call free after it, do you? Which is also, you know, fine. It's just I tend to like treating moving memory around contextually, not literally. You know, like there's no copies going on. I'm just saying that like I can read this and be like, right, well, this I'm going to pass ownership of context into here, and then I'm going to pass ownership of context into here. So now I know that the memory was allocated in here. So what the compiler will do is it will probably just allocate the memory right in there for me. That's what the compiler will do. Well, don't need to free into the application exits. Yeah, that's fine. That's the way the application works. The problem I have, you see, is when I load a game, so say you load a save file, you need to often reset to an earlier state in the game, and that requires quite a strict ownership idea of the game, you know, who owns what. So I tend to like, because the movement control, the controllers tend to own the memory everywhere. And then when I want to reset the game to an earlier state, I can just empty the controllers out, so free all their memory. And then the save file can then re-put back the data from an earlier state in time. So I tend to do it like that, really. Or if like the editor wants to relaunch the game, you know, but I haven't shut the game down. I need to be able to I need to be able to know where the memory is all the time. Yeah. Get dynamic colliders. Store eternal pointers. Yeah, I do that sometimes as well on some things. I want some things never to move. So I do that sometimes. Or at least never to move for the duration of the game. Because I'm also working with the editor and it's part of the same program. I need to be able to stop the game and restart the game within the same program, you know. So you can't really start you can't have a startup routine when you click the green play button. Where are we now? Lost where I was. Wonder why this is a span. That's weird. Application lesson. Turn to call free unless it's necessary, which night time it's not. Yeah. This is doing the move stuff is stopping calling a lot of frees. Because it's moving memory over, so you don't need to free it. Do you know what I mean? It's moving ownership of memory around. To stop the freeze. But yeah, like there's not a lot of freeze going on here either. I do count them. I have a problem with A star search. Span. Oh, it's not that one. It's this one. They're actually both spans. That's the thing, when you know how much memory can be dedicated for a container, yeah, you don't need to keep freeing it. Yeah, so if you pre-allocate all your arrays and stuff, that's how it traditionally was done in like, so Doom for instance, everything's just pre-allocated as arrays up front, like everything. If you want a dynamically sized array, you got to, there's a huge ricochet effect that happens with dynamically sized arrays, because then you have to ask the question, what happens when you want to resize your array? What happens to the objects inside the array? What happens if you want to copy that array over? Okay, so we do actually want to, I could maybe show you that example if you want. Doesn't have to be a problem. Yeah, so you pre-allocate all sorts of arrays. If I were in C, if I was writing in C, that's probably what I would do for most things, and I'd have some dynamically allocating array for little things as well. Okay, so get nearest valid position. So these dynamic colliders, I think what I'm going to do on the other get nearest valid position, that one, yeah, is go TRA U32 dynamic hashes, Dynamic colliders get count. Size. Yeah, in a variant to have more than 1,000 maps. Yeah. Yeah, like there's no problem putting. I mean, I don't know if you can. You could pre-allocate. The thing about a map. Yeah, I mean, you could pre-allocate a map, I suppose, as long as it was never going to go out of range. Yeah, like if you don't want to, if you want to have hard top level array sizes and fixed memory, really good to do that on like low memory systems, you know, where you have a budget. Then you can just work within that budget and stuff like that, rather than let it grow naturally over time. So we're gonna go auto hash equals hash 32 bm cast spec vec 2i c.floor, and then dynamic hashes dot add hash, and then we do standard ranges binary sort even dynamic hashes standard less 32 like this, and then this is or standard ranges binary search source hash. So we probably should call this dynamic collision hashes. Dynamic collision hashes. Got these 4 gigs, yeah. And then when you do things like your images and things, assets, you'd allocate them on the heap. Yeah. And deallocate them when you unload a map. Yeah. And what do you do with like deep copies of objects? How would you handle stuff like that? Or you just shallow copying everything, which is like also a way to do it. Okay. So it's not even calling it yet. So we need to call it whenever So this is the context. So we need to get the context again. We're just going to go... maybe just do the do it on the default. Maybe. No, we can't. We can't. Has to be on the context itself. So what we're going to do here is, rather than do this, we're going to go using T standard the KT like X. Oh, that's my alarm. Another 10 minutes or so, try and get this done. Move to context. Try unwrap T. Result is the context. Get nearest valid position. I'll just copy everything. So if move to context is set, do that. Else result equals default move context get nearest valid position source P. Copy anything. So I do a lot of class inheritance. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah. You mean inheritance like object-oriented inheritance? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so you just have the pointer alias in. you know, you just have pointers that, you know, lots of different pointers pointing to the same thing throughout your code, and they're just scoped by the lifetime it's in the function, which is also, you know, a good way to do it. Okay. Let's see what happens here. It looked like it was moving away, which is pretty good. So there's no dynamic colliders, it says. Which is interesting. Didn't work out the dynamic colliders. That's probably just a typo. Yeah. Forward declaration. Yeah. I'll try and use a lot of that as well. That helps a lot. So he is moving around. Is he? What is he doing? $77 dynamic colliders. So we do need to draw this out. You can see him moving around. There we go. It's not that smooth. It's making him, while he's calculating his path, he's sitting down. So let's whack up this to 10. Again. So I found a good reason to use standard move. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, your way of doing things is more of like a C way, really. You know, where you just have look at that, he's avoiding it. Where you have a pointer aliasing. The C++ way, I suppose, where you have constructors and destructors. He's kind of like getting stuck a bit there. I think that's because I am moving. So it needs to go from the player position, maybe. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's just go back to here. So when we create the dynamic colliders for this, we're not getting the world bounds. I think we're going to do it on the, not the default one. We want to go for on this one. So we're going to do it actually on the MC get position. You're addicted to C and not C++. You probably use a subset of C++. Like a lot of people do. They pick little bits of C++ they like, and they use that. Whoa, look at him there. And then they pick little bits of C++ that they like, and then they so it actually is not the MC position, and then they use that. So he's saying instead of making pointers for everything, you could be using standard move on the stack. So I'm saying use standard move if you want to move traditional C++ containers like standard vector or your own version of a dynamic array. Move ownership of memory into another container of that type. That's where you would use it. So the idea is that you stop having two variables that point to the same thing, because that's seen as a potential cause of bugs. But not, it depends on loads of things like size of your program, if there's only one programmer or multiple programmers working on it. Depends if you want to make deep copies of containers quickly, or move deep copies of containers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and pick up my kid from school. This is the movement controller. I need to do this 1 second. MC2 get position. Okay, good work today, my Fu Manchu. I hope you did a lot of good work. It was okay. Did quite a bit. Yeah, so you're forcing, what you're doing is on a standard move of a standard vector, you're forcing it to copy the pointer rather than to copy the data that the pointer points to. So that I would say shallow copying is copying the pointers, which is what you're doing, which is what standard move is doing. And deep copying is copying the data that the pointers point to. And you can, with proper move semantics, you can do both. You can say, this time I want to move it, this time I want to copy it. Whereas just having pointers everywhere, you're really just doing shallow copies everywhere. So you're really doing standard move everywhere, essentially. But the other thing that standard move also does is it cleans up those dangling pointers that you've moved ownership away from. So it just does an extra little bit at the end as well, which means that you can't double delete things and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. It's 12 past. I've got to go and get my kid. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. A good stream. See you guys. Dangling pointers. They aren't really pointers. By dangling pointers, I mean you've copied the pointer and you've got one left. And then if you happen to delete this, this is left dangling. It still points to the memory, but it's deleted memory. That's what I mean. That's a dangling pointer problem. Anyway, I've got to go. It was a really good stream. And I'll see you tomorrow.